Howdy, Internet. Today we have this Gibson Les Paul that we are swapping the pickups and all the electronics in. First thing is I'm going to play it for a minute so we kind of get or at least I can get kind of some metric, some kind of a baseline of where this is at. I think the pickups are original, but the electronics inside has definitely been messed with. We'll see that as we remove it. This is the neck pickup. The bridge. I think these are like Gibson's PAFs. Trying to get the camera to focus. Let's get some distortion. Alright, that gives me an idea. We're going to get started now. Green Tortex pick, standard. Get these on the website. I think it packs at like 12 or whatever. Website's in the description. So this isn't so much like a how-to or show and tell. This is so I can kind of document the work I do, catalog rather, and have like something to kind of show while we have an open discussion. The idea behind these streams is to interact with the chat so I can answer questions. Jamie Smith, original burst booker 1 and 2, 2001 Gibson R8. Thank you, Jamie. So we have, maybe you can tell me what these pickups are too, because I forgot when you told me. Team Doyle, USA. Customer also provided some nice electronics. Central Lab pots, 550K, an original jack plate that we're going to be putting on. We have these nice bumblebee caps. And then a pre-made harness for the switch with some antiquing going on. Tyson Tone Labs Precious and Grace Alnico for unpotted PAFs. Those are the new ones going in this with the Central Lab pots, bumblebee reproduction caps, and pardon me if they're not reproduction, but I think that's what I remember you telling me, and like a antiqued kind of well, it's a new switch, but the ring and the tip have been kind of relicked a bit. Looks like it to kind of match the rest of it. Looks good. Let me get this bag open and we'll get started. This should definitely be a nice change in sound. I mean, this is good stuff that's going in this. First thing I think I want to do before I rip the actual strings off is flip it upside down to unsolder the pot and take the lid off while this is still on. So I don't have to worry about the bridge moving. It's a beautiful Les Paul. These are cool guitars. Got the copper shielding going in that. Put this aside. I'm going to need room to work here. I don't know if you can see what we're dealing with here, but yeah, now the camera wants to derp out. But it looks like they're probably good caps, but not for guitar. I mean, those are probably high quality caps for like a circuit board or, outdoor rated, circuit board or something. But no, we don't usually see those in guitars. As well as not the best soldering job. We're going to replace all that, make it look better. I think I'm going to take the knobs off since this is here. Yeah, I agree. It is obviously horrid, whoever did it. It works, though. So, they at least get a C or C minus. It works because I do get handed jobs that are worse. The soldering's not too bad, but you can tell where they soldered it once and then had to redo it after the fact and didn't do a good job of cleaning up. But we're going to try to do everything right the first time. There's 2 diagrams. I like this one. This is so nice and enlarged where I can read it. Even kind of has the positions of these bumblebee things. I'm going to orient them just like that. Ooh. And then some of this I'm going to build outside of the guitar. Some of it I'm going to put together inside of the guitar, obviously. And just go easy, take my time, and, just one solder joint at a time. That's what it takes, just patience. I'm going to try to remove these by hand. Ooh, these are on here. Oh, these are on here. Oh, this one's coming off. There's one. There's plenty of room under here that I can grab these. There we go. This one's coming. Or I don't need the tool. I'll just use my flesh to protect everything. Just got to pull harder, I guess. I don't need the tool. Glorious. Okay. First thing I'm going to do is flip this upside down to where I have the jack next to me. We're going to turn on the soldering iron. And then we are going to detach the jack. I'm just going to go ahead and unscrew it completely from here because we're replacing the jack plate as well. I don't know, but this looks like a chrome plate that was put on a guitar with nickel hardware. It's kind of, I'm a little bit in like a shadow here, so I could be wrong. This is like a chrome jack plate. That's why the customer's swapping it for an original, so it looks more original. I agree with them. I get it. Will look a little bit better. these screws. Put all that stuff in a baggie and give it all back to the customer. All right, so you have to get in here. I like to use an X-Acto knife because I have some right here. Sometimes a razor blade works. I've used razor blades for this too. But we're going to cut off the heat shrink so we can get to the wires and desolder them. I like to desolder to remove things. Because if you clip the wires, and if we ever had to go back to this for any reason, you're going to clip your, all the wires are going to be shorter. It's going to be even more difficult to put it back together if you had. So I take the time to desolder it. So in case for whatever reason this needs to be reinstalled, or who knows, the harness or the switch harness could be reused in another guitar after this. They can still do that because there's enough meat on the wire. Get some solder going here. Get a bunch of it. We're going to use the solder sucker. If I can find what I did with it. Here it is. Didn't lose it from last time. I'm going to get a rag just in case to protect things as we go. Although it blocks the view of this lovely guitar. Look at that. That looks great. Look at that wood grain. Really pops. So with this, I'm just going to melt the solder and then try to separate it because it's not really threaded through the hole on this output jack. It's just they're pressed together and then kind of soldered together that way. So if I just heat it up and pull at the right angle, the ground of this will come disconnected. There we go. And then the same thing with, I guess, the hot wire, the signal wire. Boom. Let's see, is this chrome? Oh, I can't tell. No, that's nickel. They put nickel. It's just not as aged. It's just shinier. It's newer. Oh, well. We're getting this new one. And then that should be like the last step. That's like the very last thing to go on. And so kind of the order of operations is, well, backwards from the way I'm going to disassemble it. So that's out. Next thing, I guess, since we're down here and this is open, we can desolder the pickups and the switch wires, the wires that go to the switch for each pickup. Get my tweezers. Sometimes I like to use, this is a heat sink or reverse tweezer. Sometimes I like to grab the wire with that and then melt it and pull. Let's do that. It's like operation. Kind of. So do your best and don't touch the sides. All right, so I guess we'll work backwards. This one big spool here holding the ground of this wire on. I think that's the, this goes to the switch if I'm not mistaken. For the neck pickup. All right, it's lifted. Good. Okay, they totally missed the solder joint here. I definitely stand by my C- rating. Yeah, we're not looking any better. They didn't do a good job of soldering that. Although it was connected, but it could have been better. I would have caught that detail because I look for that kind of thing. Like the whole of the solder lug it was going through wasn't completely covered in solder on the hot wire of this wire, which goes to the neck switch. All right, let's remove the neck pickup wire. Same way, get this out of the way. Sometimes the heat sinks are good for grabbing these wires and just holding them out of your way. I like doing that occasionally. Got to stand for this one. Even when desoldering, you still need to add. Got my long hairs that stick to the microfiber towels. I don't want to burn them with the iron because that stinks. Yeah, nobody likes burnt hair. Still got to add solder onto the iron to help it help the heat flow. Yeah, the back of this pot looks like the moon for how many times it's been soldered to. It's all cratered and not very pretty. It's got like a pound of solder on it. I'm exaggerating, obviously, but I guess we'll look at it when we take it out. All right, that is the neck electronics that are disconnected. There is, I'm going to clip these out of the way. There is the body ground wire, which I need to disconnect because that has to be reconnected to the new circuits. Let me add a little solder to this. And I try to do this step not over the guitar. The rag in this case is, well, hopefully it'll catch any solder I may drop. All right, the ground wire's lifted. The body ground, which is like a solid wire in this guitar. Ooh, I can't wait to hear these pickups. And also remove like these medical grade capacitors from out of this guitar. I don't know. We'll see. I can't read them because they're upside down. When I pull them out, we'll take a look at all this. I don't need that tool. Same thing. Add a little solder. Helps the heat flow. Do this bottom wire. Yeesh. Here we go. Ground's lifted. We're going to remove the hot wire of bridge pickup. Since this is all being removed, I don't really have to worry about labeling it because it's not like the pickups are being replaced too, so are the switch wires. Let's clamp them out of the way. Add a little solder. For this, actually, recently I've cranked up the heat on my soldering iron. It's at 790, and it works a little bit better. I got less dwell time now when it comes to, especially soldering onto the back of pots. But if you plan out your jobs well enough, and you think, you plan ahead for each move that you do, for every solder connection you make, you shouldn't have to worry about too much dwell time. You never, you want to prepare for every move you do. You don't always just want to go attacking things with the iron. That's how things get burnt. And then some processes can be combined, and like two things can be soldered at once. Like when I solder the switch leg, the ground of the switch leg, and the ground of the pickup, the shields on the back of the volume pots, I will do that in one swoop. I will first add a little ball of solder to the pot underneath it to kind of make sure it adheres. And then I will tin the wires, and then I will basically melt all that together. So that's like a 3-step process connecting two wires at once. All the shields of them. It's a, there's the inside hot wire as well too, but that gets routed somewhere else. This is almost removed. Again, add a little solder to the soldering iron. It helps the heat flow. I like these tweezers because it lets me play operation really well. Luckily, the guitar doesn't buzz if I like touch the sides. Make me jump. Okay. We can flip it back around and then remove this, remove these potentiometers. These are coming off easily. They're not cranked on there. Some people think they're bolting on an engine block when they're tightening this guitar hardware. It's like, man, chill. Who are you trying to impress? We're going to reuse the pointers. So the pointers will go on the new stuff. Just this out a little bit. Flip this back over. And we extract the guts, the innards, the giblets. That's what we're dealing with. Again, it worked. What kind of caps are these? Oh, there's a label on the side. I can barely read with my magnifying lenses. $27 in. Well, anywho, that's that. with a combination of black wire and raw wire, or rather like a cloth wire, braided cloth wire, and then solid wire for the ground. Let's see what I have. I don't think I have any of that ground wire like that. I got plenty of black wire though. Always got loads and loads of black wire. The cloth stuff. I think that's what we'll use because I don't, as the grounding, we're going to do all black cloth wire. It matches the black cloth wire on the inside of all this braided stuff. Put all this hardware back together, try to keep things organized. You know, knock on wood. Try to keep things out of the way so as I'm like flipping this guitar back and forth, I don't end up setting the guitar down on any of this metal hardware and further relicking this beautiful thing. Back of this looks good. And they didn't bury it in that ugly Gibson red color. All right. Old guts. It goes with the old jack. Let's take this off. We'll get to the back of this switch. Still got to loosen it from the front. I got a special tool that I think I may actually sell too. I think if not, I'll be sure to add it to the things that we carry on the website. And that's the little tool to undo the dress nut around the switch properly. I need to get one of those little suction cups so I can take these plastic covers off better. This is the tool. I can get these from my supplier. I'm not sure if I sell them on the website. If I do, and also if I remember, I'll put a link for them in the description when I'm not streaming. But basically, you'll see I'm about to use it. It clamps onto the ring. Actually, I need to be able to access the back. So as I'm loosening that, I can grab it as well, and it doesn't spin a lot. These are hard to open sometimes. There we go. Open sesame. Pull this switch out, see how it looks, how it was wired. The other thing I'm noticing, which is a good sign, is that we have the same size pots going in as we took out. That's great. It's not like there was short ones going in when we were pulling long ones out. I'll clean up around that. That's a little bit of rust from these things. I don't want to clean these up too terribly much because if they're really shiny, they're really going to stick out on this guitar. Maybe I'll just touch the rust just as a little bit of maintenance, but I don't want to make them shiny because that's going to look weird. We don't want to do that. All right, so I can reach the back and prevent the switch from spinning. I'm going to clamp onto that ring like so. Let me get level with the guitar. And then that one's such a good fit, I didn't even have to tighten the other part of this. This one I just pressed on and started turning. And here it comes apart. This is a long thread nut, which is what I saw on the old one. There's the poker chip, which I think we're reusing that. Let's flip this back over. That's a tight fit. Okay, no, I remember. Now what we need to do is take the pickups off because they're routed. This is routed under that, and some of that may be holding it in. So yeah, we can't pull this out just yet. We got to remove the pickups now. We're at that step. I like to use the Power Peg Pro. I do the tail because I don't want that slipping on me. This one I'll keep a little tension as I pull it off. Take the tail piece off. And we'll unthread this mess of old strings. These are old Diodarios. Probably the same ones that are going on that the customer provided. 10 to 46. I need to reach out to Diodario soon. I'm making space on my sales rack for, well, if they let me, if they give me an account. I'm sorry, you can't see this behind the window. If they give me an account, I'd love to get with Diodario and Planet Waves. And it's also ProMark drumsticks and like Rico reeds. But I need to send them a letter again. See if they'll let me sell their strings. Tailpiece. Going to pull the bridge off, keeping in mind the orientation. Some people do these different. I don't understand why. Because people are like, well, it's so you can get to the screws easier. And then sometimes it's like, oh, I think it'd be easier the other way. So I don't really know the logic there. I guess, yeah, on some, like, the bridge gets really close to the bridge pickup. And so, yeah, maybe there's just not enough room at all, so you flip it around. But on this, I guess, I don't know. Pickups. So we're going to release the rings, and we're going to reuse the rings. We're going to lose the screwdriver I just had in my hand 5 seconds ago. Now, they call these screws humbucker ring screws, and usually these are different lengths because the rings are typically different heights. So the neck ones are typically shorter than the bridge pickup ring screws. Humbucker ring screws, I think, what they're called. To be more specific, let's see if I'm right here. These should be longer. Yeah, no surprise there. They are. This guitar is now one pickup lighter. Two pickup lighter. Two pickups lighter. Also, one thing to notice is if you're ever doing your own pickups on the Les Pauls, the screws face outwards. And the wire itself actually loops back under itself. It's like not intuitive. You think the wire would have the shortest distance, but it never does. They always have it pop out here. But they use the same base plates. They just reverse them because it's cheaper in manufacturing to have less parts. So they use the same base plate and they just flip it and then have a little extra wire. Now I think we can remove this switch. I may have to pull some of this through the old wire. There it is. The switch harness. When you wire these guitars, this is probably the best thing to build first. Let's compare the two old with the new. Oh, thank God they labeled these. I usually label these before I send them through, but they pre-labeled them. Thanks for that. There's a top and bottom capture nut, or they gave you two to choose from. I think that's what's going on here, is they gave you your choice. So we're going to use the deep thread one because that's the one we pulled out, and that one fit pretty well. Look at the long neck tenon. Yeah. That's cool. So I don't think we use both of these on this new switch. I think there's two on here to take your pick, because there's never two dress nuts on these. They soldered all the grounds down here. That's a good way to do it. And then they ran the ground wire to the ground like so, like that. I've done it that way. These are pretty similar. This one has an extra piece of heat shrink, which really isn't necessary. There's nothing to really short there. The grounds short themselves when you run them through the guitar. We just have this so it grounds the the switch. Jeff Crandall, what makes that switch an upgrade? Good question. It's not so much an upgrade. It's just a new one. They are both Switchcraft switches. They are the exact same switch. That's a great question. Did I say upgrade? I may have said new one. It's not really an upgrade. It's the same switch, although it's new. It has, it looks better. It has, the aged dress nut, and it's just a nice touch for, all the other electronics being new. So it's going to be a nice clean install. Although I could have probably cleaned this one up a lot. But here we are. Let me put this dress nut on here. See, it's the long thread dress nut. And then the amber color switch tip. Or as I like to call it, the earwax color. Ugh. It's like my Q-tips. Ugh. All right, so the order this goes back together is pretty much the order it came apart. Yeah, we're just using one. I'm thinking, why would there be two dress nuts? And I guess it's to make your I guess it's so you have the choice of either or, because I don't think I've ever removed one of these where it had two dress nuts. No, I don't even think it will fit unless, like, because then it would push the switch down more. It may look cool that it looks maybe kind of inset, but no, that's not normal to me. So I'm just going to use the deep thread dress nut, and then the other one, is just extra. Fish these wires back through. Just slowly feed them through. Let me try not to. Let me get a better angle here. Let me get these old pickups out of the way. So I'm going to put these behind me. One piece at a time. Also, since there's like plenty slack in this new wire, that switch was in there and that wire was pulled really tight. I'm going to see if, in case this ever has to be serviced or is ever in a pinch, I'm just going to see if I can leave just a little bit more, leave it a little bit slack so that maybe this switch can be pulled out enough in a pinch to be serviced. Not much though. It's not like I'm going to bundle the wire in there or cause anything for it to short. I'm just not going to pull it tight through the other side to where that there's just no slack at all in there. You got to keep in mind that things have to be serviced, especially if they're used. Here we go, and this gently just kind of work these in as they go into the control cavity. Here we go. Laying in that channel all pretty like. Keeping in mind the switch orientation. For now, I'm going to feed these wires at the output so they hopefully don't get pressed up against the back of the guitar when I'm flipping it back and forth. Pull these out here for now. Dunlop 65. I'm just going to clean a little bit. It looks like just an old piece of adhesive maybe around this. Not going to try too hard. It gets covered, but there's a little bit of old adhesive from the poker chip. Just take it off with my fingernail. There we go. It's going to get covered. No one's going to see it, but I saw it. Rhythm treble. It's not rhythm lead. It's not bass treble. It's rhythm treble because guitar players Red Shreddin says, I just found this live bit. No, why is the heart in the way and I can't read it? Late will it be up as a video later because I think we'll be able to learn a lot from it. Yes, I leave these up. I have just about all, unless it's just like a garbage video. I launched one earlier for this, but there was no audio, so I'm going to delete that one. But yes, I'm going to leave this video up. I leave all my live streams up as far as this work goes. Unless I damage an instrument, and then I try to hide it, and nothing happened, and y'all saw nothing. Knock on wood. Just gonna snug these. You know, now that I'm looking at it, that looks weird. I think I am going to add this dress knot on it underneath it. It looks weird sticking up like that. It does need to be like recessed a little. Yeah. I'm going to pull it out and put this back on. Luckily, I don't have to fish the wires back through again. I can just get that on. No, I don't like the way that looks. We're going to use this lovely tool, and if I don't sell it on the website, I will soon. No, you don't want the extra thing? No, I think you should trust me on this. It's gonna look it's like I don't know. Let me get it closer to the camera, maybe. Oh. Oh, the guitar. Oh, no, I'm gonna add the extra dress nut. I think it like if you don't like it, I should be able to remove it after the fact. If you know, no problem without having to. It's no big deal. If you don't like it, I'll change it. But I think it should be on. I think it'll look better. There we go. I think I can do the rest by hand. No. It went on a lot easier than it's coming off. There we go. There we go. Yeah, we're going to put this dress knot on underneath it. Try it at least. If I don't like this, I can always go back to the other way too. Who knows? Maybe my first instincts are correct, and that's not to use it. Oh, the lead and bass ring. Nope. That looks even worse. Yeah, no. It's an either or kind of deal. Yeah, we're going to use the long thread one. Back to the original plan. Should have just left it. Oh, well. You live, you learn. Will there be a smoke bomb installed? Jeff Crandall asks. That would be a kind of cool mod. You know, you're playing, and you hit a switch, and it's just like that kind of stuff can be done. You probably scare people before you like impress them. Or you know, it's always on the guy's guitar that would do it at the wrong time. You know, it'd be like at like a be like a wedding band or something, or he's really, yeah. They have to actually pull pyrotechnic permits to do that at their concerts. So when they pull those permits for the shows, you know, they're required, I guess, by law to have, you know, so many firefighters on hand that they have to employ. And so there's a whole thing there's a whole procedure when it comes to having pyrotechnics at shows. But you know, I don't think this like that little guitar gimmick would be too much of a big deal. That'd be kind of funny though. You know, at like, you know, some like 10-person bar with pyrotechnics. Let's tighten it up. Anybody's welcome to hit up the chat if they want to ask questions or make statements. It doesn't have to be about anything in particular. I prefer it to be music related. That's, you know, typically the topic at hand in my background. Also recording. I got some studio stuff coming down the pipeline, just random little things I'm going to be streaming out of the studio. Like little projects, and not like recording projects, like gear projects. Recording projects, I'd have to get the consent from the people that I'm recording. But maybe I'll have something like that in the works. Like I'm working on my setup in the studio to like stream. Okie doke. Let's put the switch tip on. Yay. Yummy. All right. So it's on the stream, and therefore it's on video. And it's kind of my record keeping of this. Let's measure the resistance. Put it on 20K. Put this where y'all can see it. And then this is the... I'm sure I'm getting these right. Okay, yeah. Neck pickup. $7.3. Hopefully y'all can see that. 7.3 thousand ohms. Bridge pickup. 8.13. Wow, that's a lot hotter. That's gonna rip. I don't know. I'm assuming so. What I found out through pickups is DC resistance isn't always the best kind of gauge. It'll kind of tell you how loud something is, but then again, it tells you nothing for tonality. And then again, sometimes a high DC resistance could also maybe indicate a problem. Now, I'm not saying that about these pickups. I'm just saying that about pickups in general. If there's a high resistance, it may not be because it has just that much copper on it. It could be that there may be some kind of short or something. But I don't suspect that in this case. So with this, let me put the rings on these pickups. That's what we'll do. We'll swap the rings. We'll shoot one of these springs across the store. And y'all can watch me spend about 30 minutes picking it up. Wow, slotted screws, my favorite. If there's anything that should be, or at least possibly should be obsolete in this day and age, it should be slotted screw heads. I'm joking, of course. They serve their purpose. I guess technically, yeah, that's spring. Okay. You pay attention. Almost shot that across the store. Good God, those are comically long. Jesus. Did my camera up here give out? No, there it is. Golly. Room to grow, I guess. Let's see how well I got that little tool from Stumac, the humbucker helpers, the hamburger helpers. Oh, these things. Good God, these are always. Oh, this is crucial. This is where it gets hairy. People is dealing with the things that love to find their way lost across your shop. It's like setting a trap. I don't know if you've ever set a spring-loaded trap, but it's kind of like that. It's just like, Okay. Just ease them into place. These tools really do help. I go figure. I'm not sponsored or anything, but I will say a lot of the Stumac tools are great, but not all of them. Not all. Most. And that's like my honest review of Stumac. More than likely, if you're asking me what tool to get from Stumac, the answer would almost automatically be yes, because the odds of you getting something not good is pretty low. Most of the stuff's pretty great, but there are a couple things that are just, they could be better. And I've discussed that stuff before in the streams, or maybe if there's enough, I'll even do stream requests. One of my biggest, most popular video was me doing a pedal board. So it could be possible that I have more pedal content in the future. I'm also a dealer of different pedal companies, but the companies I deal, there's plenty of content out there about. Jeff Campbell, those are hotter than the two pickups that were in there. Great question. Let's measure the pickups that were in there. Excellent question. And now we can see. Let me just finish getting this where I need it to get it. And we'll see. That's a great question, Jeff. Let's find out. And let me quit mixing these up. Okay, that's the new. Holy, okay. No, you know what I did? I put the same pickup back in the ring. Hurt to der. That was an amateur move. Anyway, let's answer Jeff's question. The old neck pickup is 8.36. So no, that's about 1,000 ohms of less DC resistance. And the bridge, 8.82. So no, the new pickups are not as hot. But DC resistance isn't the only determining factor in pickups. And I've wound a few pickups, and I've done a lot of research in pickups because I wind pickups myself. There may be some content on that in the future as well. But you'll just, you like, not all the time is something hotter necessarily better. In fact, the more wraps of wire, and then that's usually what increases the resistance. It has more copper wound around it. The more wraps you have, it gets to a point of diminishing return to where the more you actually create an inductor with the amount of coils you wrap around it, and then it'll actually start sucking out low end. So although it may get louder and louder, as it gets louder and louder, the more coils you add, the less low end you'll have proportionately to how much you wind it. So there is a takeaway. So that in of itself is not always a justification on why you should choose hotter pickups per se, because it goes down just really, personal taste. If you really, if hot pickups is your thing, then yeah, use that metric. Like if you like this loud pickups, then measure the DC resistance of it. That'll get you there. But also, bass frequencies are powerful and typically perceived as loud. So as you wind more and those get rolled off through inductance through the more coils you add to it to make it hotter, you can, in theory, be making it sound less loud because the ear does weird things in and of itself. That's why the more nuanced it gets and the more kind of experience I kind of discuss regarding pickups and DC resistance of them, it boils down to, it's like, well, it doesn't really matter. I think more so, yeah, there may be a minor comparable difference, but I think maybe one of the main differences of tone can even also just be attributed to the type of a magnet that's in there. I don't know if that would affect the DC resistance so much, but definitely the magnetic field does affect the transfer of sound into the wire, so to speak. Swapping the type of magnet will have an audible effect on tone and also a little bit on volume too. If there's a stronger magnetic field, they will be louder as well. So we can assume so far until we actually test these. Let me put the old pickups aside so I don't reinstall it again. That was a dumb move. I get it was part of the show. Great question. I'll put the hamburger helpers back on this. Hamburger helpers. lost the other one. There it is. Let's mount the ring around the new pickup this time. The guy who wound him signed him and labeled it neck. If I were to make tone predictions on how these would sound based on my knowledge of pickups, I'd say these be probably like mellow and maybe not as quiet in comparison to the old ones as people think. From what I remember, Alnico 4 is still a pretty powerful magnet. It's not as powerful as Alnico 5, but I don't think it's that far off either. So we're going to get some different tonal characteristics from the different type of magnets, and also from the difference in DC resistance. Jamie Smith says the new ones are signed by Bobby Tyson on the bottom. That they are. Here's the bridge one. And triple check that I didn't mount the wrong pickup again. Jeff Crandall says, have you ever experimented with concentric 250/500K volume pots? I have. Yes, I have. Those you typically use when you have a mixture of single coil and humbuckers on a guitar. Like they do that in HSS strats all the time. There's also very common in jazz basses. Like they'll stack they'll stack two tone circuits on a jazz bass up on a volume, and they'll do two concentric. Jamie says these are 550K, Jeff. Yes, but they're not concentric pots. They're just they're not split like what Jeff's talking about. These are nice pots. Central Lab, 550K. J-Dog, are Epiphone Classic Alnico pickups bad quality? No. I wouldn't put them on the quality level of Gibson pickups, but they're not bad. I've heard a lot of great sounding Epiphones. And usually the qualifier is the word Alnico. If it has an Alnico magnet, automatically, I believe it would be safe to assume they're going to be better surrounding than the cheap ones that have ceramic magnets. Those are the ones you typically want to avoid if you had the choice, but also it's what you make of a pickup. Like, I don't care what pickup you give me, I'm going to rock the shit out of it. So whether, if I have my choice, I would probably go with something on the better, but the other point is, aside from just, tonal comparisons, is what you make of it too. That, to me, that's always stand behind that when we talk about tone and the quality of something. It's like, and it's also what I tell my students, man, quit worrying about it and go practice. I heard this analogy in a Victor Wooten video, and it's like, don't be too concerned about your gear. Let's take music out of the equation and talk about basketball. If you had to play a one-on-one game against LeBron James. Well, he used Michael Jordan at the time, but Michael Jordan's getting older. Although he could still probably beat most of us in one-on-one basketball. But if you could pick any shoes you want to go one-on-one with LeBron James, and you're still probably going to lose while LeBron James is barefoot, because it doesn't matter the gear, it matters the players what matters. But in general, I think Alnico Epiphone pickups, I wouldn't put them in the bad category. They probably sound great. Thanks for the subscription, J-Dog. Not always switching pickups may be the best option for your tonal exploration. There are other options you can maybe explore with your amp, or like the speaker on your amp. But in the case of this guitar, we're kind of dealing like in the boutique realm. Your average pickup is not an Alnico 4. I think maybe for like a P90 it would be, but P90 is not an average pickup. It's not quite uncommon either. Of course, you can you can argue that, but it's not as common as humbuckers and Strat or Tele pickups. We got the neck pickup in finally. The correct one. Make sure I don't put the same pickup back in the guitar. Here's one of the old ones, the old bridge. It's got a patent applied for sticker that's maybe been a little mangled. Perhaps patent applied for and rethought. And it's like I look at that and it's like, were they ever granted the patent? J-Dog says, for sure, I've had a Trad Pro for Epi for about a year now, and I really like the pickup came with, but I've heard others dislike them. It doesn't matter what others think. If you like it, it's cool. That's part of your sound. Rock on. Or like what I would tell my students, quit worrying about it and go practice. Like, don't let other people's opinions influence you, because you don't know how people are getting that opinion. They could have like the worst amp, or they could have a blown speaker and they just don't know any better. And so everything they play is through the reference of a blown speaker. They could be using their equipment improperly. You can occasionally take people's advice in this area. Also, I would say no, because people are always going to be trying to sell you stuff too, myself included. But in this stream, I don't have anything really to sell you, except maybe for some of the tools I'm using here. But I guess the moral of this story is just be scientific about it and test things for yourself. And if it's not broke, don't fix it. Just like basic advice kind of philosophy here. If you like your pickups, rock on, man. Like, instead of buying a new set of pickups, buy another pedal. Probably have more fun with it. Because if you like your pickups, why change them? Change them because the internet told you to? Old PAF. Those are, I don't know how old these are. These are worth some money. This PAF sticker is just about gone. Yeah. Use the hamburger helpers again. They're called humbucker helpers. I'm joking with the name. Or, if you don't want the fancy tool, I've seen people use alligator clips to push this back, and then all right, I'm not going to put this in the guitar until I've wired it. And this will be the last thing I wire so I don't mix up the wires. All the rest of them are labeled. The next knot, I'm going to quit talking for a second to make sure I'm doing this right. All right. We almost lost that one. There we go. We got it started. We can pull off our hamburger helpers. Should be able to put those up in a second. We'll set this one aside and install that later. All right. Sip of my beverage. Move a couple things out of my way because I need to make a little space to start to solder the pots. We're going to use this lovely diagram provided by the customer. So the first thing I like to do is I try to do as much as I can outside of the guitar because it's easier to work. I'm thinking how I want to do this and how lovely I want this to make. I want to make this so that these are slightly different pots than what I use in the normally. Instead of basically what I'm thinking about right now, normally instead of folding these little lugs over to ground them to the shield of the pot, a lot of times what I do is I'll run a piece of like cut off component, like the component legs that you stick through a circuit board and cut off. I'll take a piece of that and then solder it to both sides so we don't have to bend this, and then it gives kind of two places to connect to. I like doing it that way. It's a lot cleaner, I feel. I don't like bending these over and putting a giant glob up here. There's going to be a giant glob up here anyway from all the other wires. So I like to do that. I like to do it that way. And so I'll show you what I mean. So in like this box of parts, I keep the little clipped off, the big ones, the thick ones of component legs of like the monster capacitors that I stick in here. I keep those. And so I'm going to use that instead of folding the whatchamahoodle over. We're going to use this and then attach it like so. I'm going to need at least two of those. So let me find another large one. Here we go. Nope, missed it. That's why I keep these in here for this very purpose. Mama clamp. Let's move this over so everybody can see. I may need this later, but I don't have to use that. Okay. First things first on all these pots where the lug is bent over and soldered to the back of it. I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to do it with the component cutoffs. So we got 2 volume pots we're doing that way. I got to turn this where I can see it. Sorry if it's upside down for y'all, but I'm the one working on this. I'll stick it through. I'll kind of put a nice bend on it so it matches. I need these needle nose for this. I'm out of frame here. This would not be an interesting video if I do most of this wiring out of frame. Let me move some of this other junk. Let me put the blade up so that doesn't poke anything. All right, I'm gonna move this over to the edge of the clamp. I like this clamp. I got this from Harbor Freight, and has these nice, came with these nice rubber jaws. It'll also suction to stuff, but it's heavy enough. I don't often have to for this kind of stuff. There we go. And then a lot of times the heat sinks are great to kind of hold this in place. All right. Let's go. Gonna just tack it down up here. So I can solder through the eyelet. There we go. And then down here, always constantly adding solder to the tip of the iron. There we go. Beautiful. We're going to add a little bit more to the top. I just kind of tacked it in place. Here we go. And so that's how I like to ground the pots. I'm going to cut the excess, of course, but that's my preferred method. Focus. 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 Well, I think y'all get the idea. Moving on, we got to do the other one, the next volume. And then there are grounds on the toe knobs as well. Put a little bend in it, stick it through. Kind of hold it in place like that. We're going to same procedure. I'm going to tack it one side in place And then solder the other side. And then come back. I'm about to lose my grip here. Let's see if I can do this. Tack it. Oh no. Ah, that works. It stayed. Cool. Get that in the clamp better. Solder the lug, and then we're gonna add more solder to this part up here that we just tacked a second ago. There we go. Trim the excess and make sure these things don't end up on the bench and under a guitar to scratch it. All right, so we have our two volume pots according to our diagram. Now on the two tone pots, we need to move the middle lug, and do the same thing. So on this one, it's the middle lug. Use my heat sinks just to kind of hold on to it for me to tack it. It's up there. And more solder on the soldering iron. Solder the lug. Let it cool. Make sure that the entire hole is filled. Trim the excess. Then we're gonna send the top part home that we just tacked a second ago. Bruno DSL says, hello, everyone. Jeff responded, hello. Bruno, speaking of which, I got a response from EMG, and they said some people had success using their active system with the Fishman Universal Battery. Awesome. And those Bumblebee caps are almost the size of a sovereign state. Yeah, no kidding. They almost got their own zip code each. Very nice. Those are bigger than bees, man. Those remind me of those wood bees, the older bumblebees that they dig holes in solid wood, sometimes in treated wood too. One more solder lug to ground. I'm glad to hear that pickup worked out for you. In a prior stream, I was doing I was installing some active Fishmans in a guitar, and then Bruno asked me about the battery, and I think right, yeah, as long as you have a way to charge it, and then as long as the battery's 9 volts, it should be good. All right, Stick this through. We put a little bend on it to match the angle. Try not to shoot this across the shop. There we go. Gonna tack it into place. And basically weld both sides. Get a better grip on this. Just easy does it, little patience. You can get there. Just tack it for now, so we can have both hands free. Gonna solder the lug. Here we go. Come on, solder. Now we're gonna secure the top. Boom. We got the proper lugs grounded on these pickups. Or not pickups, sorry, pots, dirt. Next thing. The next thing I think we'll do on the tone caps, what I just had, I think we're going to attach this sovereign state, capacitor, to the tone caps. Ooh, actually, no, I don't want to space. I want it to kind of be spaced neatly in there. Maybe I need to start mounting these inside and start working inside like operation. I don't have one of those little templates. Let me clean around that hole, that little bit of rust from the whatchamahoodles, the little pointer washers. Dunlop 65. Again, don't buy the giant bottle unless you own a store and you do this to guitars every day. The smaller bottles will last you plenty while. This may take a little bit of that carnauba wax stuff to kind of let's try a bit of that if I have some. Yeah, here we go. This is another Dunlop product that kind of helps with this is the wax body gloss. We sell this too. Let's see how well this will help us maybe remove some of this. I'm not going to try for too long on this. I figured since things are apart, maybe I can clean it. But this is a relic guitar, so it's just kind of part of the nature of it. Okay, well, that's not doing much here. Again, all that gets covered up anyway by the pots. Let's see. Are these really rusted? Not really on the bottom. I'm just going to rub the bottoms a little bit on the towel. I don't want to shine these where they stand out like a sore thumb amongst a relic guitar. But I do want to try to prevent from more rust getting onto the finish, I guess, if I can. Jeff Crandall says, how will the size of those caps affect the sound? Not the physical size at all. The only thing that affects the sound regarding caps is their capacitance, because the way it works, it's in proportion with the resistor, which the resistor in this case being the potentiometer, which is variable. It's in proportion of that. When you change the amount of capacitance, you change the point in which the filter will stop at, based on, you have a variable pot, however, it's a fixed range. So within that range, you can calculate how much, in this case, high end is going to be rolled off, because these are low pass filters. Essentially, that's what a tone circuit is. It's a passive low pass filter. So basically, with the tone all the way up, it has the most resistance to ground. As you turn a tone knob down and it gets darker, it's actually allowing treble frequencies to go to ground and not be heard. Basically, frequencies that are grounded don't get heard. They get essentially sucked out of the audio chain. When you change the value of a capacitor, you change basically the minimum and maximum point at which that filter is swept as you turn the knob. So hopefully I don't get this backwards, and hopefully I don't distract myself too much explaining this and thinking at the same time. Jamie's right. These are 0.22 caps, which is standard, because you pair them, and there's a reason why 500K, or in this case 550K pots are paired with 0.22 microfarad caps, is because that is a calculated audio range in which you get a lot of variable. You get the most out of your buck when you sweep it. Now, me personally, I found that sometimes these can sweep too much. Like if on a lot of tone caps, if you turn them all the way down, they almost sound like this, and they almost sound unusable to me. Some people like that, but I've actually been using less microfarad caps in my builds from the standard, just from my own personal taste. But what it does that's going to be the biggest thing. The other thing is if you look and graph this, these things are very hard to measure, by the way, especially in audio ranges. Capacitors, if we were talking about the ranges in which like radios operate and how capacitance works in radio circuits, then there's a lot more tools that can measure this more accurately. But these low audio frequencies are very hard to measure, even with modern equipment. But there are the different types of capacitors, from like ceramic to like I guess polyurethane's another one. The different technologies of capacitors, the way they affect the sound is very slightly, because at the point in which the high frequencies are actually rolled off, they all equate in slight bumps, and they all equate in that slight, very low roll off point. Although it's probably measurable, it may not be audible. So that's another thing, that just because something is measured, like if you understand the actual math behind this, like the numbers are exponential. Like small numbers are really small, big numbers are slightly larger numbers are huge, because things work exponentially or inversely, or the I guess the square root, or I guess, of the other components in the circuit. Bruno DSL. If you think 0.22 and F sweep too much, you should try a 0.47 ones. That would give you more sweep. That's on my guitar, but it has 200 pots, even with humbuckers. We'll see. You double the resistance in half. They're the same circuit, because as like when you pair a 250K pat with a 47.0, you know what I'm saying, the 47 cap versus a 500 and a 0.22, they're the same proportion from each other, so they equate to similar results, because of how the math works. The reason they're chosen, I believe, is because of part availability. Well, it's also maybe it does take, not necessarily because it's still, no, never mind. I take that back. Sometimes you do need a little bit more resistance to properly ground out the circuit completely, but not really. I'm pretty sure it really just had to do with part availability. Well, how many of these can we get in bulk? Okay, well, the 250s are a better deal. Great, then we'll pair those with the right cap, because you can mix and match them, and they equate to similar results. Now, one thing I've come across lately, and it's in the mod kits I sell for Strat, is they will pair a 0.22 with 250K pots. And I did that in my other Strat that I haven't done a video on, but it has a giant cutout like that blue one I sold did. I love the electronics on that. That is like so far that has been my favorite setup, because the volume is smooth, and when I roll off the tone, it doesn't roll it off to where it's just like mud. It's like usable throughout the majority of the spectrum. And if it'll get muddy, but it just won't go super muddy. And I kind of like that. I'd recommend the mod kits, and not because I sell them. I actually use one. And like I say, they pair a 0.22 microfarad cap with a 250K pot. Well, 3 of them, it's a Strat kit. Bruno DSL is right. Yeah, it's probably the same Carnauba wax that they use on cars. It's wax. A lot of these products. The only thing to be careful of is anything with varnish. And now varnish is not lacquer, varnish is not polyurethane. Most guitars are not varnished, but some are. Those are the ones you got to be specifically careful, because if there's any alcohol or any solvent in any cleaner, it'll just eat varnish right up. But Gibson, I don't think uses varnish, at least not on Les Pauls. I believe this is a lacquer. In fact, I'm sure it's a lacquer, because that's what you use to do touch-ups on these. So you don't have to worry about it on Les Pauls. But yeah, or like violins, if like you do not use the same care products on the stringed instruments as you do the fretted instruments. Like, don't clean the violin out of your attic with furniture polish either. Those the violins, basses, cellos, the violin family of instruments, those are more than likely all varnished. If it's a good instrument, they varnish those. All right, time to start putting pots in, and then we get a play operation. Let me see how the old ones were set in. This will help me kind of gauge the heights. All right, so no, they didn't even use a okay, they didn't use 2 nuts. These pots come with 2 nuts, but we don't need to use them. We can remove a nut from these, and we can remove the flat washer, because the pointer washers replace it serves 2 purposes. It points, and it's a flat washer too. Yay. So one part at a time. We are going to use the star washer though, because that was on the old one. Like when you swap pots for new ones, you can kind of gauge, well, how far do they stick out? By just looking at the old ones a lot of times. Probably goes without saying, but whatever. And just kind of cinching everything finger tight. There's a toe knob. Here's another volume. Again, don't need the extra nut. These have two. Same with that that dress nut on the switch. You don't have to be OCD and use all the parts they came with. Sometimes there's extra parts in some of this. Toe knob. And move that. Cinch them in like this. If this were my guitar, I would probably not put the pointer washers on, because for the life of me, every time I'm playing one long enough, I'm going to poke myself on it eventually. It never fails. I mean, they're cool. And you can kind of take memory of where you like positions, but I tend to play things wide open anyway. So I don't really need to mark where I have the knob at. Again, this is personally nothing against anybody that you know, we all have preferences here. Bruno DSL asks, once you need the second nut to set the height of the shaft. No, the old ones are when I compared them side by side, I'll show you with this last one. They didn't do it on the other ones. And the shaft height is exactly the same. Oh, it's close enough to these to where I'm just mimicking the same way that the old ones were connected. Shaft is the same length, and the old ones just connected with a star washer, one nut, and then also the pointer washers, which I am reusing the pointer washers, and that's why I'm not using the flat washers. But no, these cinch down all the way without them. Not all the times do you have to use that stuff. I guess it just depends on the thickness of the top. You know, sometimes these kits are meant to be installed in a variety of guitars, not just Gibsons, but other Les Pauls. That would be my assumption as to why they put them on these. Or, you know, sometimes certain dealers are just, you know, very generous with the extra stuff, because there's different ways that you can order pots from suppliers. If you order like, you know, they like what the electronics manufacturers order, like giant boxes of these of like 5,000 each, they probably won't even come with the washers and stuff on it. A lot of times you order that separately, and then you assemble this and then you sell it that way too. Switchcraft does that a lot. Like when I get Switchcraft switches, they're not assembled. Sometimes they are assembled depending on who I like, not from Switchcraft, but from the wholesaler I get them from, because sometimes the wholesalers assemble them. But a lot of times, like if you were to buy these, I would bet a penny if you were to buy like a box of these, and I mean like a big box, you know, of like 5,000, they would probably come just like this. And then laying on top of that box, you'd have the bags of the hardware, which they would probably bill you on based on if you chose that or not. if that makes sense. Good point, though. Great point. But no, on this one, you don't. Now, another thing to keep in mind is some pots are metric, some pots are standard. On import guitars, you may have to enlarge these holes to get like a good beefy set of CTS or Bourne's pots or these Central Labs to fit. But Les Pauls, that's another good way. Like you can tell if it's a Gibson or a Chipson or not. Well, there are many other ways that are glaringly obvious too. But this is a Gibson, and from the factory they used I think CTS, but in this case we're going Central Labs. Or they may have varied it over the years. They may not have always used CTS because manufacturers typically have different suppliers and acquire different suppliers throughout the run of their the stint of their I guess their careers, their lifespan. Position these in such a way where there's a I'm going to cinch them down a little better than that now. So not by much. I'm not driving these home, but just so they don't spin when I'm working on them. I'm also afraid that when I tighten these with the pointer washers, they're going to spin and scratch the top. They are flat on the bottom, so maybe I'm just tripping for no reason. I think I just have PTSD from them poking me all the time. All right. That's starting to come together. Find a little bit of black cloth wire. Sometimes I have leftovers. It all comes from the spool. And then I'm using the black cloth wire because I don't have solid metal wire. I like the way cloth wire looks. And it matches the pickups. That's one thing I try to do. Is one wire better than the other? No, it's just wire. There's probably better wire than this because this is tinned and probably doesn't have the best copper content. The reason I choose wire and builds is so that it matches the other wire and it just looks good. If the pickups I'm installing are like polyurethane or they have the vinyl covering, they're like plastic covering, I will use plastic wiring in the build. If they're cloth wires, I'll use the cloth wire in the builds. Yeah, this thing it matches and it looks better. It doesn't look like doesn't look like that. It all kind of looks period and like it was all done at the same time by the same person. Bruno says if you use PVC wire on that LP, someone would probably want to half the price of reverb on something. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yep. I get mine from all parts, same gauge, same type of wire. It's the stuff. First thing, mostly before I forget, I'm going to solder the ground wire in here. I know a lot of times, I know it's hard for y'all to see while I'm doing this. I'm trying my best to make this visible, but I know my hands kind of get in the way. But my like mode of approach is I will put like a ball of solder on the pot and then I will attach it. Usually my philosophy behind most soldering is, well, if you have two items you're trying to connect together with solder, you put solder on this one, then you put solder on this one, and then you solder them together. You don't cram them together and then try to just glob it all at once. You try to do it in steps. Yeah, definitely no plastic wire going in here. I'll show you the wire I use for those guitars. And again, this is from All Parts. And it's guitar wire, but it's this stuff. I got black and white in here that I use for jobs with plastic wire because it looks weird when you mix it. And like, really, when you're dealing with this kind of electronics, the difference is totally inaudible. If you tell me you hear it, you're lying. Oh, I can hear a guitar and know what kind of insulation's on the wire. Sure. Put the bong down. All right. Kind of gauging everything now. This is the body ground I'm soldering now. And again, I'm doing it in stages. I'm getting the solder to stick to the pot first. So I'm pulling a little ball of solder on the back of the pot to start. And I will clean my tip and reapply solder. I'm also going to drape a towel over this, just in case. Better safe than sorry. It's in case I dribble solder. Try not to do that. I'm actually going to add more to that little ball I put. I didn't put enough on this. So reheat it, we remelt it, and add more solder to make it a larger ball. There we go. That's the perfect size. I don't know if you can see that at all. My camera's stuttering on my display, the upper one. I don't know if it's stuttering on y'all's end. It may just be the, hopefully it's not the stream and it's just my viewing monitor. Got a couple more chats. Let's see. Oh, yeah, top camera froze. Okay, so I guess when I see it freeze, it actually is freezing. I'm doing my best. Yeah, it'll do that time to time. I don't know if it's my janky computer. I'm actually, I switched computers from the last stream. This is actually what I'm doing this from. It's a old Mac Pro that's running Windows. Yeah, Bruno says good quality wire, unlike the wires I used on mine that came from a dead PC power supply. Wire's wire, and some guitars, nobody really sees in here. If it gets the job done, it gets the job done. Now, I don't have that philosophy when it comes to high-end guitars like this. Obviously, you want to put quality stuff in there. But it's whatever. It's if it's your instrument, you can do whatever you want to with it. This is a free country, or at least where I'm in. If you want to own guitars and not play them, do it. More power to you. People own cars that they don't drive just to collect them, just to have them. And that's fine too. You don't have to play a guitar to own one. That body ground has a little spring in it, so I'm holding it so it doesn't spring back up. There we go. That's in there neatly. I don't know if y'all can see that. I don't want to lift the guitar to the camera too much while it's in this state. Appreciate the feedback and the response everybody's been giving me. This is kind of what I was hoping for this, was something to do while I answer people's questions, or or just have conversations, or talk about things. So my next strategy, or my next, I guess, plan of action is along the perimeter of the cavity. I'm going to run the ground wires of this black wire that connect each pot to each other. And this is kind of one of the reasons I like to do it inside, because I'll just sit there, and this is how I do it. I'll just measure it out with my fingers. I'll hold exactly where I need to cut it. And keeping in mind, I'm measuring for the amount of lead wire. Sometimes I'll go a little bit more because I can always trim it. Like that. That one's a little bit longer than what I need, but it's just in case. And then I'll actually strip it. I know you can pull these back, but I don't like doing it because it kind of frays. And so I just kind of use these and just roll it and kind of slowly grip in with these old school wire connectors. And you've seen me, I have nicer ones than these, but these work the best on this cloth wire, I found. And it's like, I don't strip them the way I do other things. This cloth wire is weird. I just squeeze it, and then I'll actually twist the wire in this case. And I can kind of feel it bite, like right there. I know it's kind of hard to understand things I'm feeling over a camera, but double check my measurement. And this is actually too long, so I'm going to strip more off of one side, and then trim the excess down. There we go. Like so. Still a little bit too long. We're going to trim it down a little more. I think we'll be good. That's just about perfect right there. We're going to cut the excess of the conductor. Not put that piece on the bench. And then now we'll get out baby clamp. And this is what I like baby clamp for. I use it to hold wires I tin. Or this is one way to do it. Or sometimes I would just I would have the soldering iron like this. This stand doesn't really let me do it. And my old soldering iron, I would just have the iron right there and then touch the wire with the solder to it. But this stand's different. I can't really do that. So I just clamp the wire and then I tin it like so. And I will do, oh, the other thing, if there's any frayed bits, I can Just move this one out of the way. But if there's any frayed bits, you can get a lighter and just kind of burn them off, and those little frayed bits just go away. Because they kind of get in the way when you try to solder. So before, again, with my soldering philosophy, I'm going to tin the wires. I'm going to add solder to where this is actually going to mount to the back of the pots. I'm going to set it in here so I know where to actually put those blobs of solder. One's right there, right over that O. I'm going to put that one in first. So that it's good. This solder I'm using has resin in it, so it sticks. Sometimes you have to add a resin or rosin, whatever they call it. Resin. Rosin. No. Sometimes you have to add that to make it stick. But this is doing just fine. And yeah, this will go right over like that other logo kind of here. Got to get comfortable. Got to have different ways you can play operation. Come in here in different angles. Try not to scald the side of the control cavity. All right. And then I'm going to drop it in with some tweezers and tack it into place. With those two little balls of solder I just put, I'll tack the easier one to grab first. I'm going to actually cut these a little shorter. These are a little bit too long. There we go, like that. And like that. Okay, I forgot to put solder on the iron. And sometimes I'll put it on, clean it off. It helps keep the tip clean. As you're constantly melting metals, there are impurities that kind of build up, and then they have to be scraped off or almost kind of flushed out or like washed off the tip of the iron with more solder. Kind of. There's that side. And I'm going to move this wire into place. And kind of, there we go. Ease it in there. And so now, again, I need to add solder to the iron. That's going to allow the heat to flow. And sending this one home. Lovely. I guess we got to do it 2 more times. We got to put one across these two and then one across these two. Now you can barely see that one on camera, but there's the wire. You should hopefully be able to see the other ones. I'm going to do this one back here now. Again, if you missed that one, you're about to see it again. Okay, rough it in place. Then we're going to strip the edges. And it's like grip, and then you can easily go too far with these. And then the little frayed ends, I don't know if you can see that on here. See that little white? Didn't quite make it off. I'll just burn it off. Came off of that side though. Double check. This can stand to be a little bit shorter. Check again. There we go. That's more like it. Trim these a little bit more. Twist it back. I'll solder it and then trim it. Hold it in the clamp. Tin both sides. There we go. All right, I have an idea now of where I need to put these solder blobs. One right there. After the ground wire, we'll do the caps next. Here we go. There's one soldered ball. Let me see where that other one lines up to. It's faster to check. Okay, it's up here. It's faster to check than have to do it twice. Clean that off and reapply. There we go. Now this would never work if you just tried to touch the bare wire up against the back of the pot and then heat it and apply solder at once. So you have to do every little connection in stages. That's the key to success. It's tedious, yes. But personally, I kind of like this. I find this stuff relaxing. Helps the time go by. I'm actually going to trim these a little bit shorter so that they look good in there. Oh, that flew across the workbench. Great. Let me not aim it that way. There we go. Start by putting heat to the blob I just put down. I'm hovering over it with the wire. Once I melt the blob, I lift it up and then I stick the wire on top of it and then begin immediately applying heat to both until they fuse together. Like that. Good deal. I'm going to reapply solder to the tip of my iron before I touch the other side and secure the other side. As you can see, it's a repetitive process of just constantly applying solder to everything. Soldering's a great kind of trade to learn in itself. I just learned as a hobby. And then done a lot of soldering projects. Fix things, save things by soldering. Well, also screwed some stuff up too, but you live, you learn. Of course, part of what I do requires me to solder to make a living, like with these kind of jobs, so that I can do guitar repairs, electronics repairs, part of it, replacing a lot of jacks, replacing switches. All right, we got one more ground wire, and then I'm going to make sure to move these out of the way. There is one that I do want to run underneath everything, kind of along the bottom. And that's the one that goes to the jack, because that needs to be underneath everything. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to put it through after the fact. I need room to be able to, I'll have more room to move this wire if I did it this way. And then that's a good thing, because this wire gets, the one that goes to the jack gets heat shrunk because it's the most common one to get shorted in all this. That's why I'm going to heat shrink it. Hopefully remember to do it before I put the jack on. So I don't have to take any step backwards tonight. Try not to do that. I'm human though. Cut it to length. I know somebody asked us, is this going to be safe so I can watch it later? And yeah, I don't take down any of my streams unless it's unless like I just had an error recording it. Like if I went an entire stream and no audio was in it, I'd probably just delete it because it would be just awful. But you can also play back my stream in the future. Well, with this one, I remember to play the guitar before I started removing the electronics. So you can kind of fast forward and rewind to the sections of me actually playing it and kind of get an A/B or before and after comparison here. All right, now we tin the wire. This is hopefully the last ground wire that grounds all the pots together, and then I'll solder the caps in. This one needed to be shorter, much shorter. I got to retin it. Oh, but Richard, you'll be good just skipping one. You don't have to tin every wire. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. All right, bingo. That's the right length. This side can be a little shorter. Put it back so I can eyeball where to put the solder blobs. Up there and right there. Okay. Before I even touch the back of the pot, I add solder to the iron. Then I'm going to touch the back of the pot and then add more solder to both the iron and the back of the pot. There we go. Need to eyeball where this one was. Again, it's like up there. Here goes the wire. Should be the, I'm going to bend this slightly. Very slightly. I may have to change hands here. Here's where it gets tricky. It's just contorting your body. I need to approach this better. These kind of jobs are never best rushed. Use this to hold back the extra. There we go. That way I can come in here at this awkward angle. And set it home. There we go. Sometimes you have to manipulate the wire so it's been at the right angle to make the right connection. Slight bend with your fingers works. There we go. So now we have grounding. Now we have grounding. Next is we're going to attach the potentiometer, or I'm sorry, the capacitors to the tone knobs. Where they attach to the volume knob, the switch lead wire is also attached to as well. So I'm going to make that connection at once, or else this ain't going to be too good. So all right. There is plenty of lead on this. Actually, no, I'm not going to trim it. I'll trim it after the fact. But that way I can kind of position it so that it's a, if I have to slide it back and forth in there, I'll have that option. If I need to, just like position it to a better spot. I think, no, I think we'll just have to bend down, like bend it like that. And then, yeah, we're going to stick it all the way through. I'm actually going to wait to put these in. I'm going to connect the rest of the wiring first, because if I put those in my way, I may scald them with my iron. So the next thing to do is to do the rest of this wiring. All right, so this is neck. So the neck is attached to here. Now, on this, I'm not going to shorten these wires. Instead, I'm going to tuck them back through and then bury them up under the pickups. And the reason is, in case this ever needs to be reversed, it's going to look like they're cut in the cavity. But until you pull the pickups out, you'll find the excess. And the reason is, in case the customer doesn't like this and these need to be swapped, these can be pulled out, have plenty of lead to be installed in the next guitar, and then either put in another guitar or sold. So that's why I'm not going to be doing that. But I do need to remove some of the shielding to connect these. And dealing with this braided stuff's a pain, man. Oh, man, if you know, you know. All right. So kind of got it started. Yeah, if you know, you know. Where's those other flush cutters? Go in here and just snip that one little strand that's holding the shield. Like that. There we go. Shielded wire can be kind of a pain. Like you'll spin and go, well, y'all about to see. Y'all stick along for this ride. Y'all finna see. Here we go. It's already doing what braided wire loves to do best. Oh, because it's still connected here. That's why. There we go. So this is neck. We're even going to leave the tag on it. We're just going to bury the tag to where it's not going to be seen when you open the cavity. And then this is the neck pickup, the one that's unlabeled. So these two next to each other. Strip the insulator from the signal wire, and then we're going to tin it. Burn off the little bit of excess. It's like those little strands that just don't quite get removed when you strip it. I'm going to tin it. And then try to do it in such a way that I'm not increasing the diameter too much of that, because that has to share, from the neck switch, it has to share space in that eyelet with the capacitor. The other thing I'm going to do is tin the shield around this. And it's kind of tricky because you got to work your way around, and this stuff dissipates heat, so it keeps cooling down because it's braided. I don't know, maybe that helps spread it. Oh, I guess that's dissipation, derp. Either way, again, I think y'all can see why the towel is here. That's an important tool in this project. Yeah, imagine to try to do this, get the solder to stick to the braid and to the pot at the same time. Here we go. Nice blob of solder on the braid and on the conductive wire. Now we're going to do the pickup. We're going to strip a little bit more of this shield back, about the same amount as this one. Do it like this so the shards fall. It's just this little tedious work. This is what you're in for when you do this. Granted, you don't have to do it all in one go like I am, but tin that, and we're also going to tin the ground wire. Do our best to get the solder to stick, and it won't always stick when you try to put it in a spot, so you just got to keep trying. It finally gets hot enough to want to melt and stick. There we go. So these are the, they're labeled, or at least one is, the neck pickup lead, and here's the neck pickup. So these two check the... All right, so I'm actually going to solder the neck pickup hot wire first. I do it like so. Just tuck it back in. Try to position it where it has the right angle, the correct angle. And I have to flip the guitar and pull the wire through a little bit. This is another reason I left the bridge pickup off. Yep. But I caught it. Bruno asked, will these massive bumblebees even fit in the cavity with all those wires? Yes, but I have to install them last or else I'm going to burn them with the iron because they're in the way. And then he says, I do get the mojo people think they're getting out of bumblebees, but older ones were also smaller. Yep. I think it's also like almost contributed to, yeah, there's some truth in that, Bruno, but I almost contributed to like the people that detail their engines under their hood. And it's like, well, sometimes, you want that nice too. You want that to look good, even though it's like one of those things. It's also the pride of knowing, well, like this is great inside and out. All right, so I've tucked these back far enough that I don't know which one's from the switch or which one's from the pickup. So the way I'm going to tell without pulling them back through is, well, to see which one has resistance. We know the resistance of the neck pickup. So if I touch these and don't get a resistance, then that means that's the switch leg. And if I touch these and get a resistance, yeah, that's the pickup. So this is the pickup. One in my hand. Hopefully I don't mix these. Please don't mix these. And then it fits a lot better since I tucked the wire back in. Oh, look at that. Boom. And I'll lay it down kind of like so. That's a great start. Time to solder it. I have pre-tinned this wire. Tinning is very important in soldering. I know I keep repeating that, but I get people that ask me about soldering, and so this is me just spreading my advice on it. Need to move this wire so I don't burn it. Let me get more organized here. No time. I know I'm getting anxious to want to hear this thing as well, but I don't want to rush anything because that's how mistakes happen. First thing, let's get these wires out of the way. Do that. That will hold them out of the way. No, it won't. There we go. I need to find the rag I just had. It's on my shoulder. Yeah. Who's done that before? You're lying if you're saying you never have. All right. Here's where being tedious and having attention to detail pays off. That's how we win at operation. All right, so that we got the positive wire to the pickup soldered. Now I'm going to do my best, and this is where the heat sinks really help, and not, it's more so to hold it than it is to actually like dissipate heat. But adjust these where they're side by side and they kind of lay down, and you know, it looks like a good cable run, like so. That's what I'm going for. Just organize the rest of the wire so that it kind of falls into line. I'm going to clamp this back here. No, that may... just might make what I'm trying to do harder. Okay. I'm going to bend them out of the way for now. Underneath where these are going, I'm going to make a pull of solder on the back of the pot. Right there. Get this nice and hot. Get a nice, good size blob of solder because I'm soldering 2 wires to this. And if you're familiar with this wiring, it's the 2 sleeves, the shields of the switch wire and pickup wire. All right, I got a nice healthy blob there. I'm going to fold these wires back to where their solder points land on that blob I just put down. And then find a way to maybe clamp it. Oh, look at that. Oh, that worked out great. Cool. All right, let's see how we're going to do this. As in what angle we're going to get our arms in here to make this actually connect. Like that. Okay. We have a plan. Ish. Push down and heat. That's a start for one of them. Let's see how good it is. We are connected. Yep. Good deal. We have a connection. Let me flip the guitar up. Kind of backtrack some of this wire. Jack's going to go to the jack. Bruno says, just like the times when you lost things you just put in your pockets minutes ago. Oh yeah, absolutely. Or like you're looking for your car keys and they're where are my car keys? You'll see my car keys and like they're in your. I've done that before. They're in your hand. You forget you grabbed it for whatever reason. All right. This is the leg for the bridge switch leg. I'm going to cut off the shield. There we go. That went a lot easier than the last one. I'm going to expose the tip, burn off the excess. We're going to get this out and then we're going to tin that. Clamp with oh, there's too much on here, so I got to remove some. I'll just use the iron to do that. And then I also got to tin it to where it's going to be grounded. Put a blob of solder on the ground so that it'll connect down to the back of the pot. All right. Trying to feed this label back up in here because the other one's back up in there. Push it on back. Pull it on through. There's that label. I'm going to pull these out for a second. And then the neck pickup and its wire, I'm going to fold on back on itself and get them all like tucked in here and hidden like I mentioned earlier. So I actually may do it up here. Nah, right here is okay. But I'm going to see if there's enough room left for the rest of the wires there. Will there be, or do I need to pull it back up through the top? Nope, I need to bury it under here. So we're going to remove this pickup very quickly. And then we're going to pull that excess and store it more so up in here. So just in case this ever needs to be reversed, it can be reversed. That little extra wire is not going to add any extra noise to the circuit. And it's not going to, you're not going to hear any difference. So in this cavity here, where the switch wire is coming from, we'll tuck the wire back in there. Tuck it neatly. All right, there we go. There we go. And so something's hitting. There we go. Boom. Save some extra for the next guy. Put these screws back. We're almost home free here. I think we're on the final stretch of the pickup install. Then we'll put a couple strings on this. There we go. Now I'm going to put the big blob of solder for where these are going to be grounded to. I just got this idea of like the larger the cap, the more tone it is because it's bigger, right? It's obviously has more tone because of the size, like the physical size. I'm joking, of course, but I got the middle picture of people putting like AC caps in their guitars, like air conditioners. They'll blow your finger off if they were charged. There we go. Nice pull of solder to land this stuff. That's going to have to go like that. The other, as well as this pickup now, and then this has to be fed through, and I may have to connect this twice. One so I can get it connected, and then remove it so then I can hide all these wires in here. So we're going to do that. We're just going to get it in here, and the wires ran, and just kind of cinch down with 2 screws. And not mount it upside down. Hello. Yeah, we're just going to get it cinched down with 2 screws. And then I'm going to have to pull it back out after I connect all the wires to clean it up so the cavity looks great. And then we'll get everything else back together and then strung, and then the pickups adjusted, and then a sound test. And hopefully I can wrap this up before midnight or within an hour. All right, so this one's already had the shielding cut back enough. But we do need to tin the signal wire. I know I sound like a broken record, but don't skip tinning. It's like skipping leg day. All right. This one we can actually solder to the post like so. Or the lug, rather, not post. Lug, post, whatever. Starting to get pretty cramped in here. That's why I'm saving those big old caps for last. Boom, got that. I did not tin the shield. Let's see if I can tin the shield of that while it's in place. I think I can. It's not in too difficult of a spot. Okay, that actually tinned really well. Cool. Now we have to get these tricky things in here. That's not it. That goes here. That's the output. All right. Kind of got them in position. Lost my tweezers for like the millionth time. Woo! Bruno says, I wonder when people will start putting 1% potentiometers in their guitars, but as they think the regular ones used are precise enough to discover 1% pots are pretty much all 10-turn ones. Yeah. Well, if I have a better tolerance on my pots, then that means my tone will have a better tolerance. Bro, that dude's tone tolerance sucks. Leave it up to the guitar players, man, for real. I'm surprised they're not like the different type of packaging my guitar was shipped in matters. You know, cardboard packaging has a much more rich sound than styrofoam. People that play styrofoam pack guitars are losers. Oh, God. I'm using the back end of the tweezers as just like a flat edge to hold them in place. I just pulled it out. Dang. Well, I'm going to try to reach in with the heat sinks and then kind of clamp them together so they'll have like two. Maybe I need to get one of those helping hand kind of deals. I bet you Harbor Freight has one that will do the trick. Yeah, that's weaseling. If anything, as far as getting this into position, I weaseled that. Let's see if we can weasel a little more. Yeah, we can. Nope, it slipped. Oop. All right, cool. This is so close. I'm actually going to use this giant flathead to kind of hold those two. Yeah. Tied up against. And again, this is only working because I tinned the back of the pot, and then I tinned both of these. But I forgot to tin my iron. Let's do that. Well, we're not on the packaging yet, but there's one particular guitar player which thinks the paint affects tone. Oh, yeah. And it's not even the type of paint, but the color of the guitar. Oh, my God. Right. Because, of course, there is. I mean, you can argue some paints that may have like a higher molecular weight than others based on the pigments. But come on, give me a break. That almost makes me want to quit. I just give up with these guitar players. You know, with finishes like on an acoustic instrument, it makes complete sense whatsoever. But I don't know, is some people just totally overlook the fact that the sound of an electric guitar is transduced through a magnetic field, not through vibrations in the air or vibrations through a physical object. It's a disruption of a magnetic field. It doesn't have a lot to do with sound, but it's transferring energy at the frequency of sound, transduced through magnets. So there's the disconnect. The term I use for all this is guitarded. Okay, those didn't even fuse, so we got to do that again. Let's try that again. That has to be connected. Technically doesn't have to. The way this guitar is designed, all the shielded wire that's run through it will ground itself just by shorting. But we don't want to do that. We want this connected because that's how it's done. Yep, drop that. I probably should have heated up my iron hotter for this procedure right here because I am soldering more at this one go than I am. Oh, I got it. There we go. I can see like using having a preference from lacquer over poly, or vice versa, having a preference for one or the other because they do kind of feel different against the skin. Poly finishes are very smooth, whereas certain lacquers can be kind of like grippy. It's like running your bare clean skin over glass versus like a plastic. They do have a kind of a different feel to it, and that could be like that's a total preference, and I can get that. If you don't like the way something feels when you play it, then yeah, that's going to contribute to your sound because if a guitar feels better than the other, probably going to play it better, provided everything else is kind of up to par as well. Let me pull this pickup out and then clean up those wires. Oh, that's the jack wire I'm pulling out. Dang it. Okay. All right, so just tuck the wires back in these cavities. Out of the way. You can even use the tweezers to kind of feed it back in there. Do it all the time. Let me flip this and not drop the pickup. Whew. There. Oh, I just barely made it. There it is. Got it. There we go. That's all we need. It's about that much out. And we'll tuck the rest. Tuck the rest under here. Out of the way like that. Same thing with this wire. Tuck it out of the way. Just like that. Let's cinch this pickup down. And then wire the caps. And then the output jack. And then string it. Then adjust the pickups. Thanks to all who are watching. Hope this is providing you some form of entertainment / education / I don't know, background noise. That's in. All right. Nice and clean in there. Well, we're not done yet. We still got these big old sovereign states, as Bruno in the chat put. Let's see. I'm going to orient them in the same style. I guess this yellow one's going to face the pickups. There may be a reason for that, and is sometimes there are indicators on capacitors that indicate the most outer winding, and then that's ideally the winding you want to have closest to ground or in the ground circuit, like the outer foil, because these are made with different layers. So the outermost layer they usually mark on some of these, and that's the side you want to put to ground. I don't know if that's the case in these. I don't have that fancy machine that tests them. These aren't really labeled, but we're just going to go by the picture. So even though it's black and white, it kind of gives you an idea of how these go. All right, we're going to hook that end. Hopefully there's enough room in that little eyelet for both the wire and this cap. Oh, it's a tight fit. But we got it. Tight fit, but we got it. God, these things are huge. All right. I don't know how the heck I'm going to get the iron under that to actually attach it. Let's move it. Maybe if we lean it this way. Yeah, we're going to have to lean it out like that, I suppose. Do a lean. Get this out of the way. I got to angle the guitar a little bit. All right. And then reach in there and clip the excess. Oh, this is tricky. I have to cinch my hair off while I'm doing this. Oh, I didn't get enough on there. It's hard to see. There we go. Okay. There should be enough on there now. Oh, yeah, there is. Gonna go in here very carefully. Oh, I see a cutoff from one of the other ones we need to remove. Yeah, that doesn't need to be in there. cut that just like that. All right, there's one. Probably the easier one of the two. There we go. Kind of floated a little bit. Yeah. Now, the other one. Always double checking the schematic, the diagram. Oh, all this tone. All this tone. Doesn't fit. No, it fits. We got it. We got it. Yep. All right, let's get that one side cinched down. And that's good. Trim the excess. Without clipping the lug off the potentiometer. Nice. All right. Let me find that lead I just cut. I'll pull it out of here. Where'd that extra lead go? There we go. It fell out. It appears all we have left is the jack. Replacement original. Love it. A Switchcraft jack. I sell these. I think part number, if I can remember correctly, 0055-001. Switchcraft. Oh no, this one looks like it's been a... No, this one's been a relic. Okay, never mind. I don't sell them relic like this one. Let's move this one up a little bit so it kind of floats a little bit better. So when people open this and see it, it's like, wow, bumblebees. Bzz. Let me zoom in on this. Yummy. Not too shabby. I don't know. What do y'all think? If it sucks, tell me. Looks pretty clean in there. Not gonna lie. Knock on wood. We haven't tested it yet. Ugh. I don't know how they got this in there. Okay. All right. We're going to attach the jack first. This one the old jack had a lock washer on it. And I think I want to add one so that the jack sits a little flush. I have them up here. Sorry for the bad angle, folks, but I got to get some parts. So I kind of want this jack to sit a little bit more flush than what it does. Maybe the lock washer or that star washer will help it prevent it from spinning. There we go. That's about where I like it. It's not protruding too much. You probably want it to protrude a hair. Oh, I bet you thought I was going to forget the heat shrink, didn't you? I showed you. That goes over this. That's an awfully long piece of heat shrink. That's okay. It's really so the tip of your plug does not short on the grounding of this. That's really all this, like, it doesn't need to be that long, but I don't know, people include it. Everything else ground is highly exposed in this guitar because, well, like, you know, all the wires are pretty much shielded with the ground. Like the last person for this part, let's grab the old part. The last oh no, duh, I removed the wire. But basically they laid the shield sideways like this and then tucked the wire. You know what? We're gonna do the same thing with this one. That's how we're gonna do this one too. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. We can always redo it. There's plenty of famous last words. There's plenty of excess material here. Let's see how long I have to make it. So that's the ground. That has to go over here. So I need to strip it back to roughly right there. And just the shield. Get these And if I were to recommend a tool, I got these off Amazon. These are Klein. What's the part number? D2755 6-gauge max flush cutters. Sharp, hard as nails. One of the best tools. Blow Stumax out of the water. Don't buy Stumax basic cutters. Get you a set of Kleins like this. If you can get Kleins where you're at. They're an American company. These are made in good old USA. I thought I read that. Yep, made in USA. Like this Gibson. Like most of these parts we're putting in here. I say that just because I think Central Labs is an American company. Those are the pots we put in. The Switchcraft switch and jack. Switchcraft's an American company. They outsource though. Some of this stuff couldn't. Yeah, don't hold my feet to the fire on that one. Got some more messages from Bruno. That jack reminds me of a particular video I've seen of a guy telling how much better quality Gibson Les Pauls are by pinching a Harley Benton and other brands against it. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's like comparing your Ford Taurus to a Lamborghini. It's like, well, they got 4 wheels. It's got an engine. They're both red. Bruno also says, then his Gibson LP had the jack taped because the screw holes were worn out and the guitar went out of tune after the guy played only a few chords. Yeah. Well, in all fairness to him, because I see the way people string guitars on a daily basis, it's probably how he strung it. It's probably not the guitar. A lot of tuning issues, I think, stem from that. Or if not, they're just glaringly obvious things that have been overlooked. After time, you do have to tighten down the bushings, like the screw type of your tuners, because the finishes on these instruments over the years, it shrinks slightly and will cause those to loosen up. All right, let's get this jack on here. Okay. Gibson, 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 Let's get it done. Here we go. I guess final stretch. I think everything's almost done here. It looks like the diagram. Although I've done this before, I'm not without flaw. Tin that, and we're going to tin this. All right. Wow, that was smart. Don't act like you've never done that before either. Another one they just laid on top. I don't like that. We're going to poke it through this way and kind of bend it. Yeah, we'll do it like that. That's how we'll do it. Yeah, cool. Do, 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 do. Getting closer. Closer to being able to jam on some chords. All right. Time to get these two melted together. There we go. I'm going to let that cool before I slide the heat shrink up. I don't want it to shrink on me before it actually makes it to where it needs to cover. Let that cool a second while I clean up some of the tools around me. Whew, we're almost ready, folks. I'm going to put the little plate back over the switch cavity, and I'm not going to install it upside down. Time to button her up. Also, if you ever do this, never use power tools or drills or electric screwdrivers for the screws. I know it's boring watching me screw all this in, but I don't really care because I don't want to strip any of this. Do we get out the heat gun? Yeah, I think we have to. Where do I keep it? Where's my heat gun? Do I have it here? Ah, there's map gas. No, we don't want to use that. I'm joking. Here it is. Aha. All right. We got to shrink the heat shrink so it doesn't move. Try not to melt the guitar. Also, let me try not to melt the plastic jack. I think I need to take this off. Take off that jack plate so I don't melt that. Just drop this. No, I didn't. It didn't fall off yet. Okay, good. Let's remove that so we don't melt that. I want to get it melted around like here. I guess I could use the lighter. That may be better. Famous last words. Famous last words. We good. Yay, we didn't melt the jack. Gotta be smarter than the guitar. Okay, I'm gonna have to shrink more of this heat shrink. It just slid when I pushed the jack back. Actually, nope. We got to be smarter than the guitar. Here we go. We're gonna push the jack through. I got this now. Yeah, we got this. I got it all figured out now. There we go. This is how we're gonna shrink it. On low and not aim it at the guitar. Aim it up and away from it. Ooh. Okay, hopefully that doesn't slide anymore. Can we get the flame in here without... Can we shrink that any more lower without me burning the store down? Or my fingers again? That's gonna have to do. Hopefully it won't slide anymore. No, it's on there now. Cool. Shove it back through. Oh man, looks good. Alrighty. Cinch this down. Again, no need to be He-Man. You don't need to break a brand new. Well, I guess this is a used, authentic jack plate. No more shiny, out of place jack plate. We have more original looking one. Now it's time to do a preliminary pickup test. See how our wiring is. We can test it with just the pair of tweezers I just had. There we go. Let's plug it in. Oh, this amp's been on the whole time. Oh well. So, volume's up. Oh, nice and smooth pots. Even before the knob's gone. Nice amount of resistance. The neck pickup. They both sound. Do we have volume? We do. We have tone. We do. I'm listening for it to get darker when I do that. I'm tapping the pickups with the metal thing and then just kind of listening through the taps of the amp. Bridge pickup. We got volume and tone. Wow. Yeah, I love the sound of a filter. After I make stupid noises into the camera to try to mimic one. Love filters. All right, so yay, that appears to be it for that. Let's put everything back together. Let's get some strings on this thing. Let's get all these pointer washers aligned in the same kind of direction. Oh man, these are so tricky to do, to get right on the first try. You just gotta, man. There we go. I'm like trying to align them all to where they all face the same direction. Barely tightening them. I'm not sending them home yet. Just trying to get it started to where it'll kind of keep these to where they're all aligned. Doing the best I can. This is tricky. It's another thing I don't like about pointer washers, aside from them poking me, is aligning them. Yeah, okay, this wants to move, of course. Oh yeah, no, that's good. One last look before I button it up. Tell me what you think. Is that nice or is that hot garbage? Let me know. Took me almost 4 hours. Not done yet. Let's get the knobs back on it. Yeah, put it at 10. This one, 10. This one, 10. Everything up to 10. Boom, there we go. Oh no, I gotta go over one notch on this one. There we go. Boom. Glory. Bridge back on. Tailpiece. Customer provided NYXL 10s. Great strings. I'd love to carry them. Thank you, Bruno. Bruno says it looks great. Thank you. All right, for these, I like to, oh, you're about to see, y'all finna see. I like to shove them all in here first. Weave them all in here. Yay. I like the colored ball ends. I had a friend, he was in my band that he would play Diodario, and that he would save the little ball ends from the strings, the little colored ones. Let me put them all in so you can see all the colors for those who don't know. Most people watching it know. The ball ends on Diodario strings are all different colors, and so what my friend would do is he'd collect the strings and clip the ball ends off and then save them and then like make jewelry out of the colored ball ends. It's pretty neat. A B string. And I'm glad those giant sovereign states fit in that control cavity, Bruno. All right. So we do it, but first, little oil. This thing doesn't really need to be clean. It's a clean guitar. I don't get the sense of ick when I touch it. Some guitars are gross. I don't know how some people play their things. It's like gross. Clean your guitar and wash your hands. It's like, oh man. But when people bring them like that, we usually clean it up for them. It's nice when they get a guitar that's been freshly strung and strung well and it's in tune and they play it and it just kind of feels better than when they dropped it off and it's just cleaner. It's kind of a, I don't know, I feel like it doesn't go with that appreciation. I even add graphite down here. In the saddle slots. Somewhere under this mess is a winder and a pile of extra parts, or the old parts. And then, yeah, there are some extra parts too. I need to put this up so I don't spill it. We're almost there, folks. Strings are going on. Gonna push through. And then if anyone's kept up this long, this video will remain. It shouldn't get deleted after the stream. So if you really care, you can go back and listen to the before and after of the entire video. I won't take it down. This obviously turned out really good. Well, at least the soldering job. I haven't heard how this guitar sounds yet. And it's also, it's like, well, new strings are going on too. We have to consider that when we change stuff in a guitar, especially pickups. Take into consideration that there were old strings when I did the test at the beginning of this video, or this stream, like 4 hours ago. Almost there. Well, this could have taken longer too had I not had been provided a switch that was already pre-assembled. I'm not afraid to assemble the switch. It's easy. It's just more soldering. It just would have taken me an extra like 15-20 minutes or so. Down the pipeline coming up, I have a Johnny Cash Martin that was dropped, and it's getting glued. I'm would have probably filmed it already, but I'm in the process. I need to make more spool clamps, so I don't have the tools for that here. They're at my house. So once I get enough clamps made, I'm gonna glue and clamp that one on video, and that one will be kind of neat. Be using a bunch of spool clamps that I made, and probably that and some binding tape to get this guitar back together again. We're hitting the pickup. That's fine. They need to be adjusted. Let's go ahead and adjust them before we even play any sounds through them, just so we have a starting point. I love using these. If you're familiar, you've seen me use these. This is it's a Stumac tool. I got a lot of Stumac tools, but this one you can probably replicate with just old guitar strings. If you just measure guitar strings and find the heights that you need, you can just keep, make little tape tags as far as what the heights of each of these are, the thicknesses, so you can use old guitar strings. It's basically the same thing as what these are. So no, that's way too tall. We're gonna bring that down a lot on both sides. I'm gonna drop it here. I almost don't like all the angles of this stuff. And I'm pretty sure that the treble side of this kind of fell a little bit in this process. So with the string still loose, we're going to raise this side. Let me measure. There we go. We can come down on that side a little bit. It wasn't that tall. All right, it's about that. Really, this break angle isn't correct here. It's good on the treble side, but the E string rubs the back of the saddle. So we're going to loosen this post here and raise the tailpiece a bit. With this lovely tool. Actually, this could stand to be bigger. Let me find a larger flathead that fits those better. I think this Craftsman wrench actually has, I don't know, maybe I'm fooling myself. No, this one's still larger. No, this is still it. That does not want to budge. Let's loosen all the tension. This is kind of getting into setup territory, but this is fine. There we go. Now it moves. So we want to, yep, just raise it to where the back of it does not hit the bridge. Great. Cool. Will that affect your sound test from before? Because you shouldn't have adjusted it, because at the very beginning of this video, you changed it. Yep. Oh, I still need this tool. All right. We can come up on this side and down here. So down on the neck pickup, up on the bridge on the bass side. That's good. That's still a little too tall. Still a little too tall. Kind of on both. More so the neck than the bridge. Down. Down. There we go. There we go. Treble side. Wait, you didn't measure the pickup height of the old pickups. Yeah, I know. There we go. A little bit more. All right, time to tune. We're about to hear these things. Done lost my green pick hours ago. Whoa, who knows? Maybe we'll find it. All right. No, I'm just playing. Let me tune it. This is the bridge pickup. The tailpiece needs to come up even more. Here's the neck pickup. You sound good. Especially clean. If I could tune it. Turn my soldering iron off. We're done with that. Tone pods. Okay, I guess. This is the neck. I guess this roll it down maybe halfway. Yeah, this is halfway. All the way. This thing sounds good clean. It's not as loud as the old pickups, but not every, like I said throughout the course of this, they don't always need to be loud. It's not always about loud. Not everybody plays high gain. Bridge pickup, I'm going to go to the tone. Rolling the tone halfway off. This is it all the way down. Rolling it down doesn't make a lot of sense to me clean, but it does when you distort it. I'm going to distort it now. So I'm on the bridge and the tone knob's all the way down. They work. That sounds pretty cool, actually. Is that tone knob all the way up? Ooh, I like that. Wow, this thing sounds good. I like it. I like it. I like how, what am I trying to say? I like how it's not so in your face loud as the older, the original pickups are. Because a lot of times you don't just need all that volume. Sometimes having too much front end volume like that straight off the guitar will like pass that good point of breakup in your signal chain. And I'm not using anything great. I'm using like a little $100 Laney amp that we sell on the website with the LX10. What model's this? Yeah, LX10 Laney amp is the little thing I have under the desk, under my workbench. But I've been using it for years, and so it's my point of reference for guitars. Of course, all that's going to change when you switch amplifiers. That's a big part of the tone too. But yeah, I like the range that this is in now. It's not as loud, and I think it's more like usable for the stuff I would like. Granted, if you're into like high gain distortion, this is probably not, you can get by with probably and have a cooler looking guitar for a lot less. That's all what you're into. I think this thing is pretty nice sounding, actually. Let me put the rear plate back on it. Yeah, this thing sounds good. Put the rear plate back on with this custom foil job. I guess they forgot to do the cavity. That's okay. Hopefully that was good enough demonstration of the tone pots. Any final requests, I still can play it again for a little bit longer before I gotta go. But we're pretty much done with this one, other than me just finishing this and cleaning up. So if anybody has any requests as far as like what they want to hear about this guitar with this new setup, let me know. It's a customer's guitar, so I'm only going to have it for so long. It'll probably be gone tomorrow. The customer's probably going to come tomorrow and pick it up. So now is your chance to hear anything from this lovely thing. The other thing I like about this is it's not as heavy as a lot of the other Les Pauls that I've played. Les Pauls can be super heavy guitars, and not the way they sound, like physically heavy. They weigh a lot. Oh, there's my green pick. I like Tortex. I like the greens, the blues, and the purples. Sometimes I'll play the lighter ones too. Gather all the extra. This is what I normally do. I got these little baggies. Normally with like parts. And some of these are old parts and leftover parts. I usually just put it all in bags for the customer and, give it to them when I deliver their guitar. Appreciate everybody that watched. If you made it this far, thank you. Check out my website. You can find more information about me. You can check out the products I sell at the store. Ship all over the United States. Don't do international shipping, though. Don't have that all quite set up yet. And I probably won't, because it's a real hassle to try to ship internationally, even through like other third parties. But I don't do much international shipping. But feel free to check out the website. Check out the products we got. So if you got questions, you can ask questions about it, or I may even do content about products people ask on. And put up all the paperwork for the customer. A lot of this can go in the trash. Yep, all that's trash. Well, I'm signing out. Thank you very much for watching. If you're one of my students, you should probably get off YouTube and practice. Thank you and have a nice day. See you on the next one.